All right. Are we all set now? Excellent. All right. The time is now 7:05. The date is February 18th, 2025. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now, before we get started, I would like to pass the mic off to Councilor Durkin, who would like to say a few words.
I'd like to have a moment of silence for Rick Terminese. I'd like everyone to observe a moment of silence for Rick Terminese, who passed away last week. Rick and his family were proprietors of Terminese's restaurant on Boone Street, a South County landmark and staple for 4 generations. It was a great place that all our locals in Narragansett enjoyed. Rick was a fabulous chef and a host. He contributed to the town in many charitable ways, in particular his Terminese nights at the Elks Club. He finished his career working for the town highway department. Rick was a quick wit with a great sense of humor and was a great family man. He will be missed.
Thank you. Now on to the town manager's update. Jim?
Good evening, members of the council, folks that are here this evening, and those who are watching from home. Just a few items, because most of the week has been addressing the budget preparation every minute of the day. The council will be presented the capital budget and capital maintenance budget on Friday, the 28th of February, and the final recommended operating budget on March 14th. Both are Fridays, and these will be presented to the council well in advance of the work sessions that the council will be having with my office and with the department heads. We continue with the IAF local negotiations for the fire department. They've been going on for quite a while, but we continue to sit at the table and negotiate. I'd like to thank DPW for their efforts during the storm. I could hear them out there all night as they were going by my house, and I'm sure many of you heard them as well. They were out there all night. We had a luncheon with the governor today to discuss a variety of local topics. It was a luncheon that invited smaller communities, smaller groups of different communities together to discuss everything from housing initiatives to school budgeting and a host of other items as far as state aid and whatnot. So it was productive, and we will have several follow-up meetings for these during the budget process. And that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Jim? Seeing none, let's now move on to the open forum public comment of the meeting. And I will wait for Mr. Tierney to check to see if anyone has signed up for public comment. Please come forward and state your name and address. Oh, just hold on one second. We're just going to fix the mic for you.
Hi. This is another attempt to interest the town council, this town council, in the commiseration for the Narragansett and Wampanoag tribes for the Great Swamp Holocaust of December 19th, 1675, i.e. this is the 350th year that this should be commiserated, not celebrated. In 1674, what is now Narragansett, Exeter, South Kingston, and North Kingston were grouped into a community called Kingstown. So we were organized then by the British. The Great Swamp Holocaust remains the most significant event in Rhode Island history. It effectively wiped out the Native American presence in the governance of Rhode Island. So this event terminated the Narragansett tribe in Rhode Island in effect, and also part of their Wampanoag friends, and they were later wiped out in Bristol in 1676. Now, I propose the town of Narragansett participate in this commiseration. This is a world event. Not only will it commiserate the most significant event in Rhode Island history, at least recorded history, it also, by the use of the term commiseration, shows that we are sorry for those two tribes, the Narragansett and the Wampanoags, who certainly deserve better. This was an unfortunate ending, and I'm hoping that we can get a commiseration. It took me 8 attempts to get Narragansett 125 celebrated. This is about the 8th attempt on this commiseration.
Thank you. Please state your name and
Congratulations
address.
to the town council.
Thank you.
I've been here in the past, talking to the town manager.
Oh, just please state your name and
20
address.
Narragansett Avenue,
Thank you.
sorry.
No, that's okay.
I live in Surfside, and I'm on the board of Surfside, and by talking to the town manager, we've asked for additional parking. Right now, Surfside has 96 units. When it was approved back 17 years ago, it was approved for 1 cars. And a lot of the residents that live there full-time have 2 cars, especially in the summertime. I observed on Caswell to the fire department. I know Wayne Pimentel looked at the area. Nobody parks in the parking permitted area. Only time we have parking there is, and it's a gem, is when we have events, firework display, the race. Nobody parks there, not on either side. I've gone to the town clerk and said, can we park there? No, it's an ordinance that it's permitted. I've asked prior to this, and we've gone back and forth with the town manager, if that permit could change in giving some spaces to Surfside. And that would be a pain. I was a councilman for 10 years, so I know how it is hard to change an ordinance. But my question is, if I can ask the council, is to change the ordinance and let people who live there just park there. Don't make it park permit, because you can go any day, morning, afternoon, night, nobody parks there at all. So that was hopefully my wish from the council. Surfside, and you'll hear it another time, we're very good partners with the town. We paid $900,000 as a condo, you know this. We got the luxury of the police department and the fire department. We don't have you guys trash. We've never had children, blah, blah, blah. I'm only asking for some parking, guys. And if we go back to our peers in the past, Surfside should have never been approved for 95 units when they didn't have the parking. Now, on the right-hand side, we have the 3 hours, whatever's gonna happen this year, next year, the moving your cars. On the left-hand side, guys, I would ask if you kept it open and let the residents park there who live there. And keep, if they're gonna keep their car there for the day, I don't see it as a problem. It's not a problem, but I'm asking you guys, guys and gals, to consider helping us out to help you guys.
I know we don't supposed to ask questions during open forum, but I just want to ask, when you say the left side, do you mean the north side?
I'm bad in directions.
No, on the water, like the Canachet Pond side?
No, going from the light, Narragansett Avenue, Caswell, to the left, right to the fire department.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Nobody parks there,
The
guys.
stretch right in front of Dr. Lodge's building
No,
there.
doctor, I was gonna say the dentist.
Yeah, that's the dentist's office right there. That's the
He
stretch
doesn't
he's been
park there.
discussing.
You know, we could park in where the library is. I don't think we wanna do that, even though there's a lot of open space. But guys, I'm looking for some consideration.
Thank
You
you.
know,
We'll have to circle back at another time. I want to just be fair to everyone during open forum.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, David Avedisian, 87 Woodward Ave. I can almost echo his sentiments. I sent you all an email last week or the week before about parking. I've been up here about 4 years in a row, 5 years in a row, asking the town council to treat every resident the same. If you are a resident in the town of Narragansett and you have a car that's registered in the town of Narragansett, you should be able to park on any street in the town of Narragansett. There are plenty of open spots. I've sent pictures numerous times to both town managers over the years of Central Street, Boone Street, Brown Street, Caswell Street, Beach Street, empty spots during the summer because the residents, the quote-unquote residents with New York plates are not here. But yet me with a truck or a car registered in Narragansett is somehow treated as a second-class citizen because I don't live in the pier. That needs to end, and you need to treat every resident the same as they do in Newport and as they do in Westerly. That's actually not why I came up here, though. Sorry. In regards to the earlier work session that happened, if I may just comment a couple of things. To address some of your concerns about how the two sides would work together, a prime example of this was a lot on South Pier Road that's being developed right now that is multiple acres and has a RE/MAX sign on it right now. That property is mostly wet, but can still put a single-family home on it. That property was for sale for over $1 million. We simply did not have the funds to buy that. And we did not have the time to wait for a possible bond referendum to buy that piece of property. That piece of property, half of it is cleared now, and they're putting up a single-family home for multi-millions of dollars. It would have been perfect for the Land Trust and the Affordable Housing Committee to get together because half of it was wet, half of it was dry. We could both use our funds and put that aside, and it backed up to our property that runs off of Kinney Ave. It would have been ideal for that, but instead we lost that because we simply did not have the funds. And also, I know some other people in town will have some fears, but I want to think of this for a second. In regards to your earlier work session, consider this scenario. You live next to a small house that's never been updated, or an empty lot that's never been sold. It now goes up for sale. What do you want to be next door? Because you know what's going to happen unless we change some things around here. It can easily turn into a 6 to 8 bedroom house that's an Airbnb, college rental, really noisy. Or would you like to have an affordable house next door to you or preserve that lot as open space? Those are pretty much the three scenarios that you're left with in this town. And I ask that when you consider that piece of legislation, when asking you to kick to the state, that you support it and then come back again and let's talk about it some more so we have that power to maybe put some affordable housing in there or keep it as open space rather than these mini hotels that seem to be going up in town. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else on the list? List is complete. Excellent. Please come forward. And just as a reminder, we tried to restrict open forum to 3 minutes within the discretion. Please state your name and address.
John Hanley, 10 Wilderness Drive. I'm here tonight because I've got some very serious concerns about what might be going on in Narragansett right now. On December 19th, there was a zoning board meeting where a very prominent Narragansett resident was to appeal a town citation for violation of the 3-student ordinance. At the outset of the meeting, it was announced that the town had withdrawn the citation, and the chair was advised, I believe by the town attorney or town representative, that the issue was closed and no explanation would be given, nor would any public comment be taken. When one resident pushed for an explanation, he was told to see the town attorney outside of the public meeting. It was clear that the town attorney did not want to be on record with any response. I suggest everyone view this meeting, because I don't think many people have. It is a great display of honest and open government. Subsequently, at the town meeting of January 6th, a resident raised several issues regarding the town's enforcement, or lack thereof, of the three-student ordinance. Note that this person does her homework and is usually factually correct. She was met with a non-answer by the council. Again, at the town meeting of February 3rd, another resident made a comment relative to the lack of enforcement. I believe he referred to the council as gutting the three-student ordinance. As you are well aware, the three-student ordinance was one of the most debated topics in town for several years, pitting concerned town residents against the well-funded absentee landlords, AKA Narragansett 2100. The ordinance was years in the making, suffering court setbacks due to technicalities. After much debate and perseverance, though, the ordinance was finally passed. This ordinance has had a profound positive effect for those residents pursuing neighborhood balance and quality of life. After seeing these three instances and not seeing anything on the subject at the town level, including council meetings, update from town manager, the town website, local presses, on one of the most hotly contested things over the past several years, I emailed the town manager on February 4th. Exactly what I mailed. Hi, at the last couple of meetings, residents have insinuated that the three-student ordinance is no longer being enforced. Is this true? And if so, who authorized this? Thanks for your response. Sincerely, John Hanley, 10 Wilderness Drive. I'm running out of time. I would like an extra minute. I get an immediate response, automated response, from Executive Secretary saying she was out sick and would get back to me right away. I'm waiting. Over the next several days, I'm cutting this short, I then sent 4 of you councilmen, council people, the exact same email. No response from any of you at all. No common courtesy.
Can't extend an additional minute for a comment, but we will address that at the next meeting. I can
You
assure
will
you.
extend or you won't.
We can't extend it an additional minute. Want to
I'm
make
not
that
done.
equivalent.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Please come forward. Yes. Thank you.
Paul Zonfrillo, 7 Windward Circle. On the heels of what Mr. Hanley, my neighbor, said, you know, there's been a lot of talk about roundtables and trying to work with the landlords and so forth. I want to show you what we're up against, and I've provided some documentation. The first thing I've provided is Federal Form 990EZ, which all tax-exempt organizations have to file with the federal government. And you can see I've circled on line 9. This is from Narragansett 2100. Last year, they took in $95,249 in revenue, and they spent that. They also have $57,048 on hand. And they say the purpose of their organization, and I'm quoting from their form here, is to, the organization's purpose may include the advancement of its findings that would improve the quality of life in the community and hold accountable state and local lawmakers and candidates that support special interest candidates. So, and the other piece of documentation that I have is a letter that Mr. Nonis, an email Mr. Nonis, the CEO of Narragansett 2100, sent. He's fundraised several times on this email, And of course, this is the organization that is suing the town, lobbying the state. They've raised $95,000 and change from their landlords. They still got $60,000 on hands. And in this email he sent out on November 10th, 2022, he brags that this is the third time Narragansett 2100 has successfully won its litigation against the town of Narragansett in reference to the 3 students. And then he says, what this means going forward, what's this means going forward will be determined by the Narragansett 21 lawyer with their recommendations. So the Narragansett 2100 lawyer is going to dictate the terms of the settlement. Any notion that we can negotiate with Narragansett 2100 with the other 60 grand that they have and the ability to raise another 100 like that, we need the council to stick up for us. I can't raise that kind of money. I don't have that kind of money. And if I was sitting next door to Mr. Nonis, if we were sitting at this round table, I would say, why are you trying to kill this town? And, I have another email which I will forward to you that talks about fundraising. So any notion, and we haven't heard him in a while, so any notion that this municipality, that this organization is going to stop short of getting 100% what they want is a folly. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else care for public comment? Please come forward. State your name and address.
Joseph Volpe, 21 Harbor Island Road. I wasn't planning on speaking tonight, but I did reach out to Councilor Vignali a couple weeks ago, and forgive me if this is redundant, Councilor, but I had mentioned that, or agreed with her that a lot of the dialogue or the energy of this council and this town is that there's the 2100 and the NTRA. We've heard in the 15 minutes I'm here, we heard from a few people from the NTRA, and it's very clear that members of resident groups in town that are clearly opposed to the 2100. Forgive me. Forgive me. Forgive me. Okay. I guess my point I'm saying is, you had mentioned that these 2 groups need to come together. All I'm saying is there's more than these 2 groups. After the last hearing, I reached out to a lot of resident landlords who we felt weren't heard. And I just want to be clear that there is another piece to this puzzle. There's a lot of resident landlords in this town that aren't from out of town, that aren't part of these Hatfields and McCoys that you had mentioned. And as far as what I'm hearing with this lawsuit that we have, look, we had an ordinance that was drafted. The ordinance was fought. It went to court, and we found out that there were some things in that ordinance that were not legal. So I don't blame one group for sticking up for their rights. So I'll wrap this up. There is another group in town. It's not just these 2 groups. And to sit here and say that one group caused all these problems in town because, in my opinion, they stuck up for their rights is completely false. I think my group is a hybrid of the law as well as common sense, in a way that I think those 2 groups you mentioned, Counselor, can come together. So it's just a shout out that there is another group in town than these 2. And it seems like every one of the meetings I come to or watch, it's all about these 2 groups, and it's not. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Would anyone else care to come up for public comment? Seeing none. Next item on the agenda is our public hearing, and we're right on the money with time. That never happens. Is there a motion to hold a public hearing on an ordinance and amendment of Appendix A of the Code of Ordinances of the Town of Narragansett, Rhode Island, entitled Zoning?
Move the motion.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. We are now in public hearing. Thank you.
It's on. Thank you for having us. Mark Brady, I'm the chairman of the planning board. I think it's important for me to say something. It's relevant to this. Excuse me? You may. I do. Mark Brady, B-R-A-D-Y. Thank you. Having been stopped doing business in town several times in the last 2 weeks, there seems to be a very successful campaign to paint the planning department and the planning board as some rogue entities that are doing illegal things, inconsistent with state law, and detrimental to the community. And it's been very successful. We don't make our own rules up. We follow the letter of state law. If you are curious, you could even ask your own counsel, including counsel tonight. They've stood before us. We work very hard to work with whoever is in front of us to meet their needs. But we need to balance that. And our last council was very good at reminding us that we represent the town and the interest of all the people in town, not just a select group. I was told before any of you were sworn in by sitting members of this board that the planning board would be replaced. That was before you were sworn in, for more appropriate people. Jerry is up for renewal tonight. He is excellent. He won't be with us. I'm going to continue, Mr. Chair. You want transparency, let's have transparency. And that's unfortunate, because we work hard. We're here before you tonight for updates on state law.
I just want to caution, Mr. Chair, we should stick to the agenda item.
Yeah, I am. I'm there. So we don't make decisions. We make recommendations. We make recommendations to the zoning board. The zoning board makes the decision. We make recommendations to you. You make the decision. And then we act in accordance to what your decision is. It's been that way. It's always been that way. Tonight, we're before you for updates on changes that the state made, and this is a regular thing, that we come forward to the council and let you know that there have been changes. And these are changes to changes that were made last year. Some we actually brought forward to the state, as did other communities, to say, hey, this doesn't work out. And they've come back with changes. For example, the accessory dwelling units, we've been before the council 4 times in 4 years with 4 different changes. So we are here to update you on the most recent changes that you will need to act on and come back to us so that we can act appropriately and within the guidelines set by this council. I'm going to turn it over to Jill. She's going to get into the nuts and bolts of it.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council President, members of the Town Council. For the record, I am Jill Sabo. I am the planning director here in Narragansett. I'm waiting for the PowerPoint to come up? No problem. I'll cover a couple of things while they're working on that. First is the changes that you're going to see tonight are all in response to the legislative changes that happened at the last General Assembly 2024. So they're a little late coming to you. They sort of took a serendipitous route, but they're here. And I'm going to cover this PowerPoint in two parts. First, we're going to talk about the bills that came through the General Assembly, and then I'm going to show you the actual ordinance itself. I believe you all have a copy of that as well. There are, before I forget, I wrote it down, there are two erratas in this that I want to just point out for the record. One you saw highlighted in red. It was just a Scrivener's error. I forgot to remove something from a template that I'd used. And the other one, I want to change a word from standard to standards. Thank you. Okay, so the first of the bills. So I picked Senate Bill 3148, which actually removes basements from counting in a FAR calculation. So that Senate bill talks about changing the definition of basements. We changed the definition. The planning board is recommending changing the definition of cellar and changing basement to cellar in the definition for floor, aggregate, and gross area. So these are all state definitions. We are just simply adding them to our ordinance. House Bill 7062, which is accessory dwelling units, changes, so we're proposing to change the definition of accessory dwelling unit, and we can set the parameters and prohibitions on the regulations. The Zoning Enabling Act allows municipalities within the parameters of the state law to work and change and augment certain things. So there are certain things that we're required to do, and then certain things where the enabling portion of the Enabling Act allows municipalities to augment as they see fit for their municipality. Just a couple of examples of those certain limitations. So there are limitations, so that's, for instance, the state law says that a one-bedroom and studio can't be restricted to less than 900 square feet or 60% of the main dwelling, whichever is less, and a two-bedroom can't be restricted to less than 1,200 square feet or 60% of the main dwelling, whatever is less. I just want to say at this point in time, it's important to note that we did not include all of the shall nots, all of the prohibitions, because it's not necessary for us to do that. We still comply with the state law. We're dealing mostly with just the enabling, just the things that when folks come to build in this town, they're going to want to know what our particular parameters are. House Bill 7382, household definition. We simply change the definition to meet the state's definition. House Bill 7949. This is an interesting one. So this is the subdivision regulations. It's under the subdivision, but they also made changes within that bill to the Zoning Enabling Act. So the subdivision regulation changes will take at a separate time. That actually goes through a public hearing with the planning board, and the planning board makes those changes to their own regulations. We'll take that at a different time. Tonight, we're only taking the changes that occurred in that bill to the zoning enabling. And those changes include revising the zoning ordinance to reflect a clarification from the way that the state calculated the substandard lots of record from the previous year, General Assembly 2023. They changed the language. In 23, they had changed the language, and it made some math untenable. But we had made that change back then for 2024, and the General Assembly saw fit to make some edits to that, of which we're proposing tonight to simply make those edits that they made. And again, they changed the law to allow special use permits and variances to be asked for in conjunction with each other without it raising the standard of review to what would be tantamount to a use variance. The standard for a use variance, if you're unaware, is the no beneficial use standard. So we are simply changing our local ordinance to allow that without raising the variance and special use permit in conjunction to that higher standard. And section 17.3, which is development plan review, we are simply making those changes. They eliminated a couple of things, and you'll see it as we go through. Again, House Bill 7980, manufactured homes definition. We're simply changing the definition to meet the state's definition. Okay, so here we are. We are at the ordinance. So now I'm taking those same changes that I just went through. I just want to show you the way it's lined up in our ordinance, and this actually follows section by section in chronological order, the way it is in our zoning ordinance. So you can see right there, accessory dwelling unit. The changes that we're making are in yellow, and everything in strikeout. So we are simply striking out the old definition of accessory dwelling unit, and we're adding in the state's definition. For basement, we're striking out the old definition for basement, and we're adding in the definition from the state. And ironically, our definition for cellar said see basement, so the planning board has decided they wanted to recommend just taking the definition of cellar from the state's definition of cellar. Again, household, we only needed to add in that little line there at the bottom. We did a little cross out there for the maximum persons and then added in the line, and that's straight from the state law. And continuing on with definitions, the last one that I had mentioned, or the last two, are the floor area, aggregate, and gross. So we changed basement to cellar to match the law. And then manufactured home. We changed the definition of manufactured home. I want to point out, just for clarification, for manufactured homes and for basement, that both of those definitions appear not to match the FEMA definition that we are also bound to follow because we are part of the National Flood Insurance Program, and I could go on and on about the floodplains. But we do have those definitions as well in section 4.7 of our ordinance. So in order to remedy that discrepancy between what the state's definition is and what FEMA's definition is, for both of these examples, we added in the phrase as used in this section under 2.2. So just to clarify that there's that definition, but if you are in a floodplain, for instance, the definition of basement is very different. Okay, so section 6.1, which is the table of use regulations. So right there you can see that we added for accessory dwelling use, we took out state standards, and we added in the standards that we're going to go over in a minute, which is section 7.36. And then we also had a table, a use code for affordable accessory dwelling units, and the planning board opted to strike that entire section because it's no longer relevant. Previously we didn't allow accessory dwelling units in town, but there was a provision for affordable accessory dwelling units to try to encourage affordable housing in town. That whole section is moot now, but we left it, the planning board left it in the table because we want to let folks know they can still build affordable accessory dwelling units. So it's still in there, and it refers to the same section, 7.36. Then underneath, it's the modified dimensional regs for legally created substandard lots of record, which I had just mentioned to you a minute ago. That's the portion for the Zoning Enabling Act. Those revisions are directly from the state statutes for the substandard lots of record. Those are the edits that they had made from their original changes in 23. And then right here, this is the section for accessory dwelling units. So we added in, I just want to be clear. So as I mentioned, the Zoning Enabling Act allows any municipality under certain provisions, there's certain things that we need to comply with, absolutely. And then it gives the enabling portion, gives municipalities the room to add in and make the ordinance fit for that particular municipality. So in this case, we hit the main points, how accessory dwelling units shall be allowed. They're either allowed as owner-occupied, as a reasonable accommodation for a family member, on a lot with an area of more than 20,000 square feet, or the proposed ADU is within the existing footprint of the building. Those are by right, no questions asked. Then the discretionary portion, which follows right along with the state law, says that the studio or one bedroom, as I mentioned before, there was a minimum size they put on it. So the planning board took that very language and said the studio or one bedroom ADU shall be allowed at no greater than 900 square feet, or 60%, whichever is less. Again, the two-bedroom, no greater than 1,200 square feet, or 60%, whichever is less. The ADUs shall not contain more than 2 bedrooms, and that's the state law. 1 additional off-street parking is required, no more. That's the law. The ADU shall not be offered or rented to tourists or transient use as defined elsewhere in the state code, and that is essentially no less than, can't be rented for less than 30 days. And then it's that it shall be, the last thing that the planning board put into this recommendation is that ADUs created under this law shall remain accessory to the primary structure and shall not be separated from the primary structure, separated through subdivision and or sold by any condominium or creation or thereof, ground lease, so on and so forth. And then the last bullet item, C, is also a requirement straight out of state law. Okay. So the last thing is section 7A6. As I mentioned already, that was the affordable accessory dwelling units. If you look in your packet, you'll see that entire section is stricken. And as previously mentioned, under the auspices of variances and special use permits together under section 12.4, that language, the strikeout and underline that you see up there and in your packets, is language straight from the new law. So the biggest add is there is each respective. So that means the standards for a variance and the standards for a special use permit are both weighed, but they are not brought together to meet that higher standard. And lastly, section 17.3, which is the development standards for development plan review. This is a new section of our ordinance. It was added last year as a requirement from state law. And the only things that were stricken were there under E, under E where they removed the words design review, and then under F they removed the entire line. That's it.
Thank you. Do any other counselors, would it be all right if we took this opportunity to ask you questions, or Mr. Brady, do you have any other follow-up first?
We'd love to hear from you.
Jim, do you have any questions?
Yeah,
Sure.
know
just make sure you're talking to the mic.
Just to know, unlike when we came forward with the mixed use, and we're coming forward with an inclusionary, and inclusionary is probably more this, but the mixed use where we had a lot of room to be creative as both a council and a board. These are following state laws. So there is not a lot of enabling in here. Where we could, we did, but we did it to stay true to the intent of the state law. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Durkin, do you have any questions?
Was there any thought into putting, so we had affordable ADUs for how long? A long time, right?
Yeah.
You always could do an affordable ADU. Not
Yeah.
many people. Did anybody do them?
Most of the ADUs that we've seen were people doing it for relatives over older people and stuff.
Yeah.
So nothing declared. We don't have anything that is defined under our affordable.
So it seems, it just seems odd to me that now we have the ability to do ADUs, and then we take the ADUs that are affordable in X amount.
We didn't, the state did.
Well, no.
Well,
I'm sorry.
yeah, go ahead.
Do you mind?
No,
Thank
you
you.
do it.
No, so we're certainly not eliminating the ability to put it in an affordable accessory dwelling unit. The way it was written previous was that we didn't allow straight accessory dwelling units. They were only allowed if they were put in an affordable. Right now, anyone can put in an affordable accessory dwelling unit. There's
Right.
no prohibition against that at all.
But now, why would somebody do an affordable when they can do a market rate?
We can't restrict it, Mr. Durkin.
No, I understand that, but we can encourage it where, like, we didn't. So if someone wants to build an ADU and they can rent it year-round for, you know, $2,000 or something like that, if the town thought about making an affordable ADU something better than the market rate ADU, then maybe we would have people building an ADU, and that would count against our 10%. So it just seems odd that it's all X'd out, and that's not the state that X'd it out, it's the town that X'd it out.
Well, we coordinated to what came down from the state. And we're in discussion with this exactly thing. We're looking for any initiative we can to introduce affordable.
Yeah, no, and I'm just,
But at
I'm
this
just,
point, and
and I don't think
agree-
I don't think you purposely did it. I'm
No,
not
no,
saying
we're in
that.
agreement with you on this. It was just frustrating, but at this stage, we needed to comply with the state. So we're complying with the state. We need to investigate what we can and can't do, and this is, you know, this happens from year to year, and it changes. We have to figure out what we can and can't do. This is on our docket of what can we do in here. We agree with you. It just didn't seem to be logical. But at this point in time, we need to conform with the state. We're conforming with the state, and then we can make our changes as we go if we're able to. So,
Yeah, so all I'm trying to say is, I understand how you probably just thought you had to get rid of the affordable ADU, but I think you don't have to get rid of the ADU. You can encourage it in some way by, say, maybe the affordable unit can be, the town can grant relief, maybe, because nobody built the ADUs before when they were affordable because there was so many regulations that the town put on, like, you know, the height of the, you know, if you have a smaller lot and you want to build an ADU, you can't fit everything in 18 feet. I think that's if you did an accessory, you know. I don't even know if you could have done an accessory single freestanding building like you can now, but, right, Jill? I don't know if you were able to do that.
So if the lot is larger than 20,000 square feet, you can
No,
build
but
it.
prior to the state, the way the town had it.
No, so the town didn't allow them at all. A couple years ago, the state started allowing them under certain circumstances if it was for a family member with a disability or a person in your family over 62 years. And it sort of, there was a trickling down of how the law kept changing for ADUs. But Mr. Durkin, I think, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, is that you're suggesting that there be additional subsidies for affordable accessory dwelling units?
Well, I'm not sure, but it just seems funny to see them all X'd out, you know?
Right, well, so this section as it is wouldn't comply, so that it is actually more restrictive than the state law. So I'm just looking at it quickly again. I hadn't looked at it since we originally drafted this back in July.
Right.
But things like the gross floor area of the ADU couldn't be any more than 30% of the house. It was still the restriction of the one parking. So there are many things in here that are either already accounted for in the ADU or things that certainly the planning board could consider at the next go-around if the council was interested in adding subsidies for affordable ADUs.
I mean, it's just an idea. It just seems like we lost the,
we're on the same page. We agree with you. It was very frustrating for us, but this is encouraging.
Yeah.
So we can look and put things together as to what we can do within our functionality as a planning board, and maybe come back to, and again, we come back to recommendations for you folks as to, hey, these are some of the things that we'd like to make within our scope, and then maybe there are incentives that we can do at the town level. That
Yeah,
would
that'd
be
be
more
great.
on your side. But we're on the same page. We're not throwing this away. We just need to get this done, and then we can continue doing what we're doing.
So in fact, Mr. Durkin, the way we left section 7A6 is reserved. So the section stays in the ordinance whenever it's there, and that way we can add any municipal subsidies back in.
yeah. And then the other question, you know, I really don't get the basement cellar thing. So I'm confused. And
Sure.
I don't know if these guys are confused, but I shouldn't be confused, and I'm confused. So can you just tell me, are we trying to just go around?
No.
No, this is the state law, Mr. Durkin.
Okay.
This is the state law, and I understand what you're saying, and it's my understanding that it was actually debated on the floor at the General Assembly, the differences in why they were putting forth basement as opposed to cellar, because logically, when you look at the definitions, you would think it would be the other way. But it didn't go anywhere, and this is what was state law. This is a simple compliance.
So a cellar, we always had a definition for a cellar in our...
Our definition of cellar said C basement.
Okay, right. So, the whole floor area ratio thing that people complain that the basement is included,
It's not anymore.
and a cellar's not either.
No, because there is no cellar, it's a basement. I know this is beginning to sound like who's on first, what's on second.
No.
But I understand, because we were like, why can't we just do cellar/basement? Because then we have the federal, we have flood on top of this. But we're just complying, the state just put universal, this is the definition, and everybody's complying with that definition. It doesn't change anything as far as how it functions, it just changed what the definition does. And so, whether you call it a cellar or a basement, it's still not included in FAR. We're just complying with what the state is now saying is the definition. It's a lot of work for nothing.
So it's not included in FAR, no matter
No.
what it's called?
What?
So the definition of basement, and basements are no longer calculated toward FAR, and that's the state law.
Right.
Yeah.
Sellers, if they meet the local definition here in town, they may still count toward FAR, depending upon if they meet the definition of not just the definition that we added in, but the definition in previous parts of the ordinance that already exist. 7 feet high, not used for other purposes like a car or storage, things like that.
So, okay, so then, all right, so,
That's not part of these changes, though, so we didn't contemplate that at this point.
because the previous council changed the rules not to include basement and FAR, right? Wasn't that something the previous council did?
No.
No?
They changed, so when FAR was passed as part of the bulk regulations in 2021, the planning board at the time said, we will revisit this in a year. And they did. In 2022, they revisited it. And they took a few things out. So one of the oversights was we didn't account for not counting area below the floodplain. You're not supposed to, you can't have living area below the floodplain. We just missed it. We removed it. They removed garages that are specifically used for parking. That was, anyone who's been in Narragansett for a long time knows that it's not always cars that get put in garages. Oftentimes it's storage. And so they, in this case, if the garage is being used specifically for parking and for that, then that was removed from FAR. They also removed a couple of other things. You're catching me off guard to know that section of the ordinance. But those changes, the planning board made that commitment in a year to come back and look, and they did. So if but they didn't make any changes at that moment to basements or cellars unless they were under those other parameters.
Okay, but
The state made the change to the basement.
so going forward, if this gets approved, then cellar will be included in FAR sometimes.
Cellar was always included in FAR if it met the definition. So it had a 7-foot floor to ceiling height if it wasn't exempt for one of those other reasons that I mentioned. There's no change to that. It was always included.
That's confusing, but I don't know why it's so confusing. It's just, it seems like it's either included or not, a cellar or a basement. It just seems to me that it's the same thing, but I guess I have to look at the definition of basement in the town's regs. And
It's on, yep, it's in that, it's in the strikeout.
yeah. Yeah. Okay. And that's all I have for now.
Counselor Colonies, do you have any questions?
Not right this second, no.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Vignali, do you have any questions?
Yeah.
I'm still trying to understand it all. Maybe to clarify, I was listening to what Mr. Durkin was saying. So removing the affordable, you're saying that that's going to come back, and so if this gets approved, you're going to go back and look at that again.
If this council would like us to go back and add in municipal subsidies for affordable accessory dwelling units, you're talking to the chairman right now, that will make an agenda item. Yes.
We've already,
Okay.
will address it, but.
I just want to make sure I understood the process.
Okay, so the process is, we have some room that we can do on our level. If it's beyond that, we need to talk to you about other things that you have to approve, that we can't. We might be able to say, hey, we're thinking about this, what do you guys think? But yes, this is on our agenda, it's going to be looked at.
Thank you.
And Ms. Vignali, as far as talking about the process, any proposed changes that the planning board recommends will come back to you just like this, as a public hearing. So the way the ordinance can be changed a few different ways, but one of them is the planning board can the changes, those recommended changes can be borne by them and then brought to you. You can send it to them as a referral and then a setting for a public hearing, or it can come from a member of the public. In this case, you're letting the planning board know that you would like municipal subsidies, so they'll work on that and then they'll bring it back to you.
Thank you for the clarification. I appreciate it.
There's stuff that we can do, and there's stuff that we need to have you.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
eventually, it all comes to you anyway. It's just, we can initiate things within our scope of control and then recommend those. If it's above, say it's tax release or something, that's not under our purview. That would come to you guys, and that's what I mean.
Counselor Torialde, do you have any questions?
Would you just be able to expound on what a manufactured home is? Just by definition.
Okay.
Yes, I can. Give me 1 second.
Aren't all
printed it
homes
out.
manufactured?
Yeah, so you mean the definition, well, the definition that the state had, I believe, was really long and lengthy. So we just referred to the US code because it was very convoluted. But I will tell you that the definition for FEMA, 1 second, as soon as I find it. There we go. So FEMA defines a manufactured home as a structure portable in one or more sections, which is built on a permanent chassis and is designed for use with or without a permanent foundation when attached to the required utilities. So it could be a mobile home. It could be, oftentimes they're thinking like, are you familiar with the one offshore neighborhood? Probably not. We have
Where?
a couple, yeah, it's down in the south end.
Okay.
We have a couple of neighborhoods in town that have manufactured homes or like homes that, trailer-wide homes that are on they're sort of on a semi-permanent foundation. They don't move. This isn't a fifth wheel or an RV. They don't move.
Okay, understood. And within the proposed ordinance, there's nothing that really affects it. This is purely a definition change with regards
It's
to
just
that.
a definition
Okay.
change to comply because
Sure.
the state changed the definition. I will say, like I mentioned, that's the FEMA definition I just read to you. It's a little less wordy than the US code one. And I think it's important to keep them both in there because we don't want to run afoul of being non-compliant with FEMA.
Okay. You had mentioned that this was drafted back in July.
Correct.
When are additional expected changes to come from GA?
The General Assembly they're just gearing up, so I would expect any new changes by the end of June or early July, very similar to what they did last year. 2 years ago, they said they made those changes and they made them effective January. This past year, they made them effective immediately. So when we had drafted this back in July, we had this draft within weeks, I mean, a week, 2 weeks of the General Assembly making the changes. Planning Board was trying to be on it.
Okay.
Yeah, we're trying to stay up. So if you remember the meeting we had with our state reps, And we track this. We have, Rupert is our tracker. But they're anticipating at least 11 changes coming this year. And when we can figure out in the progression, okay, this is 99% chance this is going to happen, we try to get on it. We try to get ahead of the curve so that you have ahead of time, so that we're in compliance with the state. You know, we are very proud in the fact that when all that bulk came down, we were one of the first, I think we were the first community in the state to get it completed on time. So,
Is there any indication of what those 11 items might be?
Not yet, not as far as I know, no.
no.
We're all waiting.
Some of them may be major new things. A lot of them may be a lot like this, changes to things where communities are coming back and saying, hey, this isn't working, this doesn't make sense, can you take a look at this? So my guess is it's going to be a combination of the two.
Great, thank you.
Before turning it back over to Mr. Durkin, because I know he had another follow-up question he was asking me before to ask another one. You make the point that this was, like a draft was created back in July. Can you just inform us, just for our own understanding, why we are now in February visiting this? I'm just, again, and I understand that there's a lot of red tape, a lot of processes, procedures that need to be followed, but my concern is if we're voting on this tonight, if it does get voted on, more changes are going to be made in July, ideally, and then we're going to be revisiting this all over again. Is there a way or a recommendation that we can be more proactive in aligning to the state on these changes rather than going, what I would understand several months of being non-compliant to the state law?
Well, so two things. One, just for clarification, even though our local ordinance was not, had not changed, the town is still compliant. We're still following the state law. So it isn't, the state law that was in place took effect. As far as why you're hearing it now and it wasn't heard last August, all I can say is that it was placed on the agenda for scheduling and it was removed. And in the meantime, after it was removed, we were required to bring it back to our planning board because there's time frames and parameters that had deadlines not from us, not from the planning board, that had been windows that had closed because there's certain time frames that you have to, once the planning board makes a recommendation to you and once it's scheduled on council. So we brought it back to the planning board for sort of a re-upping of their recommendation to you in December. And we very promptly, I think, went to you on December 26th, scheduling, and then of course it's, it's 3 weeks for the notification.
Thank you. And just for my own understanding here, it does sound like there's room for, feedback if we were to send additional insights or recommendations on additional improvements or other changes that we would like to see made. Can you just clarify again for this council and the public the process, the procedures that would follow? Again, if this doesn't get voted on and it goes back for the changes that are being made, I'm just trying to understand, weigh the benefits of voting on this version tonight and then sending it back with additional recommendations. Does it make more sense to just continue this or to vote on it and then send it back for additional recommendations?
Well, the changes that you see before you tonight are all mandated changes. So there's not, there isn't, in my opinion, in the planning board's opinion, and this was vetted through our previous council, it was provided to our current council, and we didn't hear any information to the contrary, no response to the contrary, that these are mandated changes that would be approvable. And it's actually not on for a first reading tonight, it's just for the public hearing. But it would be approvable because it fully complies with the current state law. If this council was interested, and it sounds like they are, of doing something additional for a municipal subsidy for affordable accessory dwelling units, as mentioned previously, the planning board is fully aware of it now, and they would draft something up which could come back to you in a draft form under that reserve section, as I mentioned, and then you can approve that, you can vet that through the public hearing process and have that approved as soon as we can get it to you. There are, as I mentioned, there are timeframes, there's notifications and things like that. Their next meeting is tomorrow, so it won't get on that agenda, but it will get on the next agenda, and then it can get to you for scheduling and for a public hearing.
But we try to expedite these things. If you're requesting something, we try to get it back to you as fast as we can.
And I agree, and I appreciate, again, all of the hard work that the planning board is doing, and the transparency and the willingness to work with the council, and the hopeful outlook of expediting the process. But I also understand a lot of the times it's wishful thinking, but you guys are on the ball here, and I'm ready to follow through this and see it through. So again, I think Councilor Durkin, did you have another question that you wanted to ask?
I just had a question, if I can, of the solicitor. I don't want to put you on the spot, Nick, but is there anything, and if you can just say, don't put me on the spot. Is there anything here that a crafty lawyer would find fault with? It's not, consistent with the state law, or circumvents the state law, or anything like that, that you can see that glares out at you?
As much as I want to say, don't put me on the spot, I'm just kidding. One thing that stood out is the basement cellar point that you put forth. Jill, I didn't know there was discussion on the State House floor of basement cellar. So part of the thought in reading the draft was, is this a workaround? If that was contemplated specifically by the General Assembly when they were passing this legislation, then it certainly isn't a workaround. On the one hand, you look at the state law that says basement, and you say, all right, we won't call it a basement anymore, we'll call it a cellar. That was a red flag to me. But if that was specifically addressed by the General Assembly when they passed these bills, then they knew that that was a possibility. So I think the phrase might have been, is this a workaround? Then it's not. That did happen. I didn't hear the presentation on the House floor when that occurred. And Jill, not to put you on the spot, I did have one question about the discretionary element, subsection 6 of ADUs.
Correct.
Do you have it?
I do.
Yeah, I just didn't know where that came from, frankly. Is this something that the planning board crafted?
I'm sorry, which one? Subsection 6? Yes. You mean regarding accessory dwelling units? Yes, the planning board put that forward. Essentially, it was a belt and suspenders condition, because what it says is that the accessory dwelling unit can't be separated by means of condo or subdivision. It can't be divided from the primary unit. It's a belt and suspenders maneuver, but essentially, an accessory dwelling unit is just that. It's accessory to the primary. It shouldn't be separated off, but the planning board wanted to make that clear in our ordinance that it would not be separated off, because if it's separated off, it's no longer an accessory dwelling unit.
Yeah, this is the balance of trying to encourage accessories, but also protect the town.
And Mr. Durkin, the reason I asked that question was, but for the basement cellar clarification we got this evening, and then other than that clarification, which I didn't know where that was from, the rest of the changes proposed for the council tonight directly mirror state law. So it's something that I'm comfortable with. And again, Jill, not to put you on the spot, I appreciate you handling that quite well. That clarified any concerns that I had.
It seemed to us to be one thing that was missing in the state legislations.
Yeah, so I guess, it's a lot to swallow, so I don't know. And we're not holding anybody up, right? And no one's waiting for this to get passed, right? Is that, the building inspector is going forward with state law, even though these ordinances haven't been changed?
Correct, but I will say it makes things much muddier for someone who wants to do this, because now they're not just going to find our ordinance and our chapters of revisions, but they have to refer back to the state law. And then the building official has to do that as well. People are searching in multiple locations, under multiple regulations, in multiple either municipalities or at the state, to try to get the answer to one question.
Yeah. no,
This change puts all of those answers here at the local level.
Right. This is just one piece. There's more to come to make everything.
Well, I can't predict the future of what the General Assembly will do, but I will tell you, they'll make changes. Will they make changes to ADUs? I don't know.
Right.
But if I don't, my concern is if we wait and see what they do, then we could play that waiting game every year, because this will be the third year where they've made substantial changes. They make changes every year, but this will be the third year where they've made substantial changes, and then we're just further and further out of compliance, further and further confusion and delay for folks who want to use our ordinance in the way it's intended to be used.
Yeah. So I just feel like if we could just look into this, the basement cellar thing just like confuses me, and I tried to get a handle on it, and I don't get it, but it's a big thing for people if that isn't included in the FAR.
So Durgan, I have it on our list to discuss.
Okay.
I also have the affordable accessory to discuss. So
Yeah, because
even with approval tonight, these discussions are going to go forward.
yeah, if we don't have to approve something tonight, then let's get it straight and figure it out, and then, so we don't have to have
Well,
people upset, you know?
Just to play devil's advocate, we've got to put this on our agenda to make it legal. So that means it can't go until next month. We'll put a subcommittee together to expedite this. So now you're talking, we get it back, it's got to be cleaned up and confirmed by legal to make sure that we're with the intent of the law, and that's going to, so we could end up being out there like 4 or 5 months.
Well, I'm not talking about the ADU thing. I just asked the question, why
I'm saying,
why didn't you think,
I'm just saying, I'm just playing the devil's advocate. If you don't ratify this, and you wait for us to go through this and come back with recommendations to you on, say, basement cellars and affordable accessory, we could be out there 3, 4, 5 months, because we may come back and you may come back and say, hey, so if you were to, what I'm telling you is, if you were to approve these, we can get these on the books. We're still going to go forward with the review of this. So we're compliant now, we're up to date, there's one set of verbiage, because it's confusing enough. And we will come back to you in the near future and say, here's some recommendations based on our conversation, and then we can review those, and those can be added and changed in the future. Does that make sense?
I would think it would be best to just, I don't know what, the council's going to do, but I just feel like the basement cellar question we could get probably figured out in the next few weeks and move it.
Mr. Durkin, may I ask, what is the question about basements and cellars? Where
Well,
did it come from?
When I first asked about basement cellars, I think it was Mr. Brady that said they're not included in FAR. And then when I further asked, you said that sometimes they are based on the town's definition. So that's confusing to me.
So the latter is correct.
Right.
So
Basements aren't.
basements are, but cellars aren't.
So
based on yeah,
The state law has changed,
yeah,
which excludes basements
yeah.
from FAR. It
excludes
specifically
basements.
only excluded basements, and that's the change that you see before you. It did not exclude cellars. The state law. So we are complying with the state law. If the question is you would like cellars removed as well as basements, then that's something that the planning board could take up, but that wasn't part of the 2024 changes.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just think there's confusion there, and I think there's confusion on, I've asked my solicitor, and there's a little bit of confusion there.
Sure.
So I would not want to pass something that's so important to people that is confusing.
Understood.
Still, That's all.
Sure, sure, sure. So tonight is a public hearing. There is no setting, there's no first reading or anything. It's the public
Right.
hearing, and it's the pleasure of the council if they want to keep it open or how you
Yeah,
move forward.
yeah. So it's up to Alex. I
So
guess.
again, if we keep it open, again, I want to be mindful of the planning board and the process here. If we keep it open, does that allow for the changes, the recommendations to be revisited in a timely manner? Or do we have to close it and then vote on, have a first reading, second reading on the recommended changes here? And while we're doing that, it would be put on the planning board's agenda to look at ways in which we can incorporate any additional recommendations.
If you were to vote on this tonight, if you were to close and vote on this, we would continue to review the basement cellar issue and look at the affordable and come back to you with it. This way, we are totally in compliant as of to date with state law going forward. There's no confusion to anybody going forward. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just saying that's a cleaner way of doing it legally and for those coming forward with projects. If you were to leave it open, we will still revisit these and come back to you. But I can't guarantee you we'll come back to you in 2 weeks because we have legal processes that we have to go through and procedures that we're required as far as, open meeting and everything else. So either way, we're going to go forward with these. And we'll come back to you with our recommendations and wait for feedback from you.
So as I hear it, Council President, there are two issues. There's the AADU, the Affordable Accessory Dwelling Unit Municipal Subsidies that you're interested in, maybe not at this round, but in a future point. And then the clarification of cellar versus basement that Mr. Durkin has brought up. Is that correct?
I think that's correct.
And as far as I'm concerned, I don't want to hold it up because of the affordable portion. So I think if we could just continue it to the next meeting or whatever to get the clear answer on the cellar basement thing.
If I'm understanding correctly, and Sarah, you can correct me if I'm wrong, if this is continued, we would have to schedule another time, several months possibly, for this continuation of this hearing. Is that correct?
Just need to pick a date certain so we don't have to re-advertise.
Oh, good.
And
Can I
for
just ask a
clarification.
question? Hi,
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Another
Sorry.
question. So it says here, it's considered in the FAR if the ceiling is 7 feet or higher and 6'11" less. Why? What's the explanation behind that?
Because that's the threshold height for livable area, living area, 7 feet. So if that's what I was explaining earlier to Mr. Durkin and you folks, that if it's less than 7 feet, it doesn't count toward FAR because it's technically wouldn't be considered living area.
So in order to have a living area, it would have to be 7 feet or above, is what you're saying?
It's, I
Like,
wish we
know
had the
my
building
house-
official
I don't think my
here.
house had, I think that the ceilings in my house might not be
Right.
that high, so,
Right, no, and your house is fine. No one's coming after your
Yeah,
house.
but I mean, that's what no, but that's what I mean, like, that's why it really kind of, I'm having a hard time with it.
So moving forward with anything, right, so if houses were built today, that the living areas would be 7 feet or higher. It's a building code, when you go back to when it was created prior to the legislative changes, when the bulk regulations, I'm not sure how far back we go back, but there was a big sea change in town in 2020. There was concern about large homes being built on small lots, and the output of that was this bulk regulation, which put FAR in place to try to curb 7 and 8 bedroom homes on 5,000 square foot lots and trying to jam a lot into a really small area. And part of that was a reference to the building code, and unfortunately the building official isn't here. I'm sure he could quote it for me. That there was a reference to anything less than 7 feet wouldn't necessarily be living area, and so therefore that was the threshold at the time that the planning board put forth that said, okay, less than 7 feet, we won't count it toward FAR.
Less than 7 feet.
Do any other counselors have any other questions before we open this up to the public? Because we can always bring them back up for questions. Thank you so much. Yeah, go ahead.
I want to set expectations. We can't get this on tomorrow's agenda. So, no, I just don't.
Thank you.
Because, I don't want you to think that we can get back to you in 2 weeks. We can't get this on tomorrow's agenda.
No, I'm trying to, no, I'm just saying, we need to make sure that the cellar basement thing is cool. That's all.
So-
You don't have
so-
to do anything.
No, so we will not get ADU on tomorrow, the AADU. But for a cellar basement, I really want to understand the question. And is the question why the state chose basement and not cellar? Is the question, what is the question?
Well, I thought that, and I don't know for a fact, but I thought this was a big problem with the last council, and they actually took basement out of the FAR calculations. Now we're putting cellars into FAR calculations. That's what I read, I think, but I can't read it right now as good as I need to it,
Okay,
evidently.
I will get that
'Cause-
answer. And I can do that with the public hearing.
Yeah.
Would we be able to approve parts of this, leaving out the cellar, basement, and the AADU component, or would it be better to approve all at once?
Well, again, I think just as a general response to the conversations tonight, this is just a public hearing on this version. We're not actually voting on any first or second reading. At the time in which we go about the first reading, that's when we can address those kinds of
Oh, yeah, well,
specifics.
there you go.
I just want to make that, and correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that's, yes,
I'm
thank you.
sorry, Mr. Menzies, I was
Nope, that's okay.
writing a
I-
note, forgive me.
I believe Mr. Brady had pointed out before, as well as you, Jill, that this is just a public hearing on the recommended changes that have been reviewed by the planning board, that we're not actually voting on anything tonight, that this is just a general discussion with the public and the planning board on the recommended changes. It's not until the first reading that we can get down into the specifics of any changes, and then we can go back to the planning board at that time.
Yeah,
Okay.
I didn't, yeah, that's fine.
Do you have any other questions before we open it up to the
I
public?
just wanted
Sure.
to support what you were saying. If we were to close this hearing at the end and you could find your answer to the seller's basement questions, then we could put the first reading on.
Sure.
If it was satisfied with
Yeah.
that, right?
Yeah, definitely.
So I'm going to defer to your solicitor here, but I think if you're waiting for more information, you may not want to close that hearing, but you could get the information, close the hearing, and put it on for a first reading.
I'd agree with Jill. The purpose of that is because you then start a clock, and that clock is ticking. So you may want to continue the public hearing. Public hearing remains open. Planning board does their work, reports back to you, at which point you can then close the public hearing.
Okay.
Is that where you're at, Jill?
Yes, yes. Well, and not just the clock, but I want to make sure that we can provide them new information.
And the setting of expectations that folks have talked about.
And again, in the partnership of setting expectations here, if we were to continue the meeting to address those 2 points that were brought up.
The basement cellar point.
Yes, thank you. We're not looking at 5 months.
No.
Okay,
No, the next meeting you schedule it to, it's fine.
okay, perfect. Thank you so much for your patience and addressing our many questions. At this time, we will open up the floor to anyone from the public who wishes to have any questions or comments. Please come forward. And please state your name. Oh, nope, go ahead.
Council members, I'm glad you asked the questions that you did tonight about this because these are mandated changes, and I looked and I read those and I realized they're mandated, but I could be a little humorous and 8,500 square foot lot. They have to get a variance. That variance is expensive to get in Narragansett, and it's expensive to go through the cost-benefit analysis of trying to build a 300 square foot ADU for your mother-in-law, whether you want her to live there or not, becomes an issue because the cost of looking into that is tough. Or for another example, I guess what I'm asking is whether the ordinance and regulations generally, when you take mandated ordinances and fit them on top of the ordinances that were put in place here, I'm hoping that you will actually take the time to look at how the current density and FAR regulations could be reviewed in this session with regard to these mandated amendments, because the revised ordinances that were put in before prohibit density changes without major upfront planning costs associated with the applying properly. The revisions actually appear to dissuade applications. The planning department wrote me, and I don't want to misquote it and have somebody disagree, but someone from planning wrote me back that there were very few variances applied for, except for one that was pulled prior to review. When it came to adding a small amount of square footage. I wanted to add 300 square feet to my house, 150 on both floors. The cost-benefit analysis of doing that right now doesn't make much sense to me, because there was a huge effort to keep out 8-bedroom homes, but the pendulum may have swung too far. So as a result of that, it becomes too expensive to do a little addition, whether it be an ADU in my backyard for my mother-in-law or to have her in my home. So I only mention that because I recognize this is mandated, and I recognize that you're trying to blanket it on top of what was already done in 2021, but 2021 may not have been the best thing to do for people with families like mine. That's all I want to say. So I was respectfully asking that maybe you do look at it with regard to the cost of a variance with regard to an ADU for a 7,500 square foot lot. Maybe there's some flexibility where the town has in their current ordinances.
So what do you suggest, sir, as far as you listened to what we were just discussing?
Well, if I understood it correctly and I read it correctly, the ADUs are for lots that are 20,000 square feet.
No, that's, you can have a separate building, I think. So you'd want a separate,
If you
like,
did it,
unit.
If you did an ADU on less than the requisite square footage that's allowed under the current FAR laws, the cost of applying for it and the expense to, and the time to get there is not necessarily worth the benefit.
Yeah, well, that we're not going to probably solve that problem with that tonight. But
And then the secondary part of that I was suggesting is that if I was to apply for a variance for 300 square feet in my home for purposes of having more room in my house for my kids and my mother-in-law, that where my neighbors were able to do it prior to 2021, I cannot do it for 300 square feet. So what I was looking at is whether or not the variances, the cost of variances of getting to a variance could be reviewed, because it's onerous to apply for a variance under the current ordinance.
So are you trying to build a 300-foot addition onto your house that's going to be an ADU?
It would be for my mother-in-law, yes.
So it'll be classified as an ADU?
Not necessarily.
Or it's just an addition to
It
the
would be an
house?
addition. In this case, because of what an ADU requires, it would be an addition.
And the floor area ratio is the problem?
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah, that's, that's the big problem.
I realize it all had to do with the 2021 regulations, and I realize it was not part of this, but because these were mandated requirements, I just thought it's hard to take mandated things from and apply them equally in every jurisdiction, even though the state's saying this has to be the way.
Well, I mean, it was, you know, it's very unfortunate that those two buildings were built on Sylvan Road in Scarborough. There were 8 bedrooms, and I feel bad for anybody that had to live near them. But when the government sometimes reacts, it reacts, you know, and then they don't know who, they were affecting everybody by the reaction, and we have to figure it out, and that's what we're trying to figure out.
I appreciate, that's what I'm asking.
It's very complicated.
I'd be happy to be part of that too. It's just, I think the pendulum may have swung a little too far for families like mine.
Yeah.
If anybody
Thank
wants
you.
my mother-in-law, let me know.
Thank you. please come forward.
I do. Joseph Volpe, Volpe, 21 Harbor Island Road. Harbor Island Road, Narragansett. Sorry, that's my New York accent a little bit sometimes. Twice I said I wasn't going to come up here, but felt compelled to take some notes as I listened to this. I guess we can all agree that affordable and year-round housing is difficult to come by in Narragansett. One of the things, if I'm hearing this correctly, is these units, and I'm glad Jill's here, are going to be able to be rented year-round. Is that my understanding? Where it used to be family, and now the purview of this is to bring more housing, right? Now, whether it's affordable or not, we have a problem in Narragansett just with year-round housing. So let's walk before we can run. This is good. This is a good thing. But as I'm sitting there, I'm thinking about a couple scenarios, and I think about a lot of the younger firemen that I used to work with. And I think about how can they get into a house in Narragansett with a median price of almost $1 million. My advice to them and their kids, well, kids 27, 30 years old, early 30s, not kids, but struggling to buy a house in Narragansett. And my advice to them years ago was, look, you're not going to save up to get it. You have to go out to West Warwick, you have to go to Westerly, you have to buy something else and get some equity. Once you get that, then maybe you can sell it after several years and get into a house in Narragansett. Just bear with me, there's a point to this. These kids are handy. Now they have an opportunity to get into a property and perhaps use their skills to develop an ADU that's a basement, I'm not even going to go there, but a legal place to do this, whether it's attached to the property, whether it's 8-foot ceilings downstairs. My point is that rental income can offset their mortgage substantially and get them here. That's one family. Secondly, I think about my sister-in-law or another firefighter or another nurse or someone else that typically wouldn't be able to afford to live in Narragansett, right? The rents are very high and there's not enough of them. Now you have two families at one property. Don't look now, but you've developed two families that by approving this, I applaud the town for doing it because now two families that typically wouldn't be able to afford a house in Narragansett can. The person that bought the house, that did the work, that, paid his dues for 5-6 years, finally can get here, a young family that we want to see in our schools. And I got to tell you, my house is 925 square feet. And I have a family, I have just one child, but she's in the school system. That ADU can be that second spot for yet another family to come. So I applaud the town for going along with the state, and I think this opens up a lot of opportunity for families to come into town. The last thing I'll say is these lots, these substandard lots, these properties that have a lot of room to do this. That's wasted space, in my opinion. If this ADU can be connected to an existing house and that lot can't be developed as a freestanding single-family home, now all those lots that are borderline, that maybe the setback is off a little bit, that they typically couldn't do something with, now all that space is used to bring families here. And according to the Crane report, about affordable housing, and that came out last year, he had mentioned that there's 90 of these lots. So the lots, the dual opportunities for the right property, I think is a win for everybody. So I applaud the town for doing this. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else like to comment from the public? Yes, Mr. Frandy, please come forward.
I do. Stephen Ferrandi, 44 Sylvan Road, Narragansett. Ferrandi, Ferrandi. Thank you, council members. I'd just like to make some comments on one of the ordinances that the state had changed was the 7382. Now, the planner didn't go over much of it, but that's the one that changes the unrelated to a maximum number of per bedroom of unrelated. That was skipped over a little bit. I don't know why, but this is an important ordinance for the town. The new ordinance, the old ordinance used to read, you're either a family, you're either two entities, a family which may include servants, employees living with a family, or a person or group of persons living together, maximum number shall be 3 persons. We had a 3-person, 3 unrelated ordinance. The state's definition was they did not have a maximum before. Their definition was that the towns could not relegate less than 3. So that's where this more than 3 and less than 3 was. So the town stood on 3, along with probably 75 to 80% of every other town in the state had that. Some had 4, some had 5. I don't believe there was an upper limit, but no one had, I don't think, more than 5 or 6. So now, due to I guess some sort of compromise, and you know, to move that number up, we did have a 4 unrelated, and I think we put it down to 3. But to move that number up, it was heavily proponents by the landlord group. The 2100 was involved in this and getting us moved up, all under the guise that this was going to be great for affordable housing. And it may have been in some towns. So the new ordinance says the maximum shall be 1 person per bedroom, shall not exceed 5 unrelated persons per dwelling. So, okay, so I guess if you're in an area where it needs, maybe it made sense to some of these other town leaders to say, well, okay, now we can have up to 5 unrelated people if there's a 5-bedroom house. Makes sense, right? Makes sense. That's fine if it's not in Narragansett. And that's the uniqueness of this town that the state doesn't understand, and only the people that live here really can understand and have to live with it. And by the way, there's one, the maximum number, the NARR certified recovery residents. I believe those are sober houses. Those are, you can have as many as you want in there. That is not included in this unrelated. So what my point is that we went from having three college students, which we thought that would be a little more saner for the residents that had to live with it, instead of having it be 4 and 5 as a dormitory, because after 4 or 5, it can be like a dormitory. So now it's going to be 1 per bedroom. So therefore, and if, like in my neighborhood in Eastwood, look, there are many 5 and 6s. Everybody says there's not a lot of 5 and 6 bedroom houses, but if you go up to that 5 right now, I bet you that's 75, at least 80% of the housing stock, maybe 90% don't have any much more than that. So you're going to, you know, this is an incentive for the landlord groups to buy more property and try to rent them out. Now, if the state, in their wherewithal, had some sense to say, well, maybe we can tie some of this to affordable housing in some towns if the town wanted it that way, you know, up to 5. It doesn't mandate anything about affordable. So in Narragansett, we just fill up with the students most of the time. It's hard for us to get families. So what's to say that the landlord groups or the landlord people, not trying to single anyone out, anybody renting a home, will say, okay, listen, I can put the 5 people in there for unrelated in the wintertime, and I can rent to vacationers in the summer. It's a no-brainer. So this ordinance may expand and may not help our affordable housing whatsoever. Maybe another town it will, you know. if we can say, well, maybe we got 5, I think it might have been set up for, okay, 5 young professionals, a year or 2 out of college, or 4, they should be able to afford a house. If that's the case and this goes through, then what we should see in the next year or 2 is the landlords renting to, 5 professionals, young professionals, maybe a little more money. Maybe they could maybe even afford a little more. Families don't count. So that's just my point. I think it was misguided by the state extremely. It was lobbied heavily by the landlord group, including 2100. It was, and Jim, I saw you at those meetings. You were there lobbying for this because, maybe you thought it was better for your business. I don't know. I was up there. I rallied against it. I spoke against it. Eva Dzerzhinsky scheduled against it, spoke against it, and Jill Lawler also spoke against it. I think a couple of times we had the town manager from Statesman we considered getting a lobbyist in the town to try to work it at the State House, because I think we're just getting overshadowed by what the affordable housing is, and this certainly isn't going to be an answer for us. People may think it will be, and I get it, and I think it was just misguided. Now, what can you do? And furthermore, this ordinance at this point is under a it's under a legal challenge right now. So there is ongoing litigation about this unrelated. The group of the landlord group has a lawsuit, and the judge at the time, and this went to Mr. Sakacci's strictly zoning ordinance. It was fast-tracked into his particular judge that they picked, or whoever picked, and the judge at that point, Judge Lamphere, noted that it was unconstitutional and vague. So that got everybody in the tizzy, including the state, because now it could be conceived that the whole state's unrelated ordinance is put in jeopardy. So there was a big push to get the Attorney General to say, he couldn't rule that way. So at the last I've heard is that they were trying to get him to vacate his decision, and then they're back to square one. So, to go ahead and pass this when it's possibly in jeopardy now, depending on what the lawsuit is, the state is asking a lot. They didn't give you a clean ordinance to just pass. That's the problem. So this is that mandate that comes down, that we can't say anything about it. We can't have our input. It just has to be this way, And this is my point, and that's one of the main ones. The basement and the cellar, and, we've got a lot against us, as Mrs. Anvillo said. There's a lot of money in it. One of the persons she's an attorney, Joelle Rocha, I'll mention her name. She's the one that was Sakacci's architect for a lot of this affordable housing. And some of it's good, maybe it works somewhere, but, to just as one straight mandate, this is the problem. And then she's also getting paid by the state to do it. And she's a zoning lawyer, I believe. She does that case, and she's represented some of these people in the 3 unrelated, the 3 student, and the rest of the items. So, I don't know what to tell you. All I can tell you is I think it's just ill-gotten what they gave you. Maybe you should push back and go back and say, hey, this isn't ready yet. Work on it a little more. If the judge's ruling would have stayed that it was vacated, if he does not vacate it, then the state would have to pass a brand-new unrelated ordinance that we would have to go by. So that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else from the public care to speak? Seeing none, do any other counselors have any other comments or questions before we come to a consensus on what we would like to do here?
One thing real quick.
Sure. Is this directed to anyone in particular, or is this to the council?
This is directed towards Jill Sabo.
Oh, Jill, would you mind please coming up to the mic? Thank you.
Just referencing Mr. Ferrandi's point of incentives for affordable with regards to the 5 unrelated, is that something that could be worked into the next agenda? Just exploring options for that?
Incentives for the affordable housing for 5 unrelated?
Yes.
We could certainly look into that, but that definition of 5 unrelated comes straight from the state. So it would be helpful to talk offline, figure out with Mr. Ferrandi, get a glean his brain a little bit and figure out what how that could be, then that could certainly be brought back to you.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you. So with all of the testimonies that we've heard this evening and the conversations that we've had with the planning board, Jill and Mr. Brady, do you guys have any recommendations on the direction that you would like to head? I think based off of the feedback that we've obtained, it would make sense to continue this and push back on some clarity on the language that's being used. I know Mr. Durkin had a couple points that he would like to follow up on, and there's probably a few other additional areas in here that we can continue on with an additional hearing and follow up with those discussions as well. So with that being said, my recommendation would be to continue this, if that is the general consensus of the council, to a later date at the end of March or beginning of April. I know we have so many hearings, and this is an exceptionally busy time of year. So again, I also want to be mindful of the time in which we have available. If we're looking to June, July, at that point, in my opinion, I would rather close the hearing if we don't have a date available. But I would consult with Sarah to see if we have anything available in that time frame. And sorry, we keep on making your job more and more exciting with all these asks.
Do we have the second meeting in April? You could push it to that. Does that work, Jill? Is that far enough out?
What day is that, Sarah?
Be looking at April 21st is the second meeting.
Sure, so, I mean, any day works for me. I mean,
And I guess with Mr. Brady and the planning board, would that allow a sufficient amount of time to address any specific responses, feedback, to put it on your agenda? Because I know it's not going to be on the agenda for this month's meeting,
So-
for example, but like it could be on the agenda for March.
So Mr. Menzies, I just want to be clear that the information you're asking the only information you're asking to come back for was that clarification of basement versus cellar, which I actually, as we were sitting here, I went back and looked at that real quickly again, and I have a response to that a little bit, anyway, at least a portion of it. But are you also looking at having drafted language for the affordable accessory dwelling unit? Because that's different. It's different.
No, like I said before, I know that would take some time. So
Okay.
maybe at that time, when we have the public hearing continued till April, you can touch on that, but this is what we want to get passed.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So if now is an okay time just to
Yes.
reopen the basement cellar
Yep,
conversation?
that's fine.
I went back and I was trying to figure out why I was confused. And I realized that the change in the ordinance where it refers to basement for FAR, and we crossed it out and put cellar in, that's because our definition of cellar said C basement. And so it captured cellars and basements in the FAR. So when the state struck basements out of FAR, we captured cellar, which was previously captured. But I can give you a better explanation of that at the next public hearing.
Does that work for you?
Yeah, at the next public hearing, yeah.
Okay.
Thanks for clarifying.
And I think this also allows us to have one additional opportunity to work with our solicitors as well as in partnership with the planning board to really lock up the language here and hopefully get the first and second reading voted upon before July. As we know, we can anticipate additional changes down the road.
Great.
Thank you. So with that being said, I would like to make a motion to continue this hearing to April 21st with, actually, that's it, to April 21st.
You want to make the motion?
I'm making, well, that's my recommendation. I can't move the motion. Somebody has to make that motion and then second it.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very much.
Next, because we do still have a general meeting here. Next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve consent agenda items C1, C2, C3, C4, C5, and C6?
Motion to approve.
Second?
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Next item, on to old business. Is there a motion to appoint one individual to the Land Conservancy Trust for a 3-year term set to expire on November 1st, 2027?
So moved.
Second?
Discussion. Any nominees for the Land Conservancy Trust? I would ask that Councilor Colonies and Councilor Torialde, as members of the Land Conservancy Trust, start with this discussion.
I'd like to nominate Eric Menke to the Land Trust. He's been a member of the community forever. He's a very nice guy, passionate about land. I think he would be a great member for the trust.
Eric Mankey was going to be my recommendation as well. Member of the Lions Club. He almost ran for town council. He's a man that wants to give back to this community and does give back to his community. And I think being on the land trust would be yet another excellent opportunity for him to do so.
Looking down this direction.
Absolutely fine with Eric.
I support Eric.
Well, that's easy. So there's a motion on the floor to appoint Eric Menke to the Land Conservancy Trust for a 3-year term set to expire on November 1st, 2027. Would anyone like to move that motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Anyone from the public wish to comment? Seeing none. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Next, on to new business from the fire department. Is there a motion to approve the fire department's request to hire one probationary firefighter as replacement due to a recent resignation within the department?
So moved.
Is there a second?
There's a second.
Thank you. Discussion. I think just a general clarifying question for the public. This is not an additional position that we're hiring. This is just replacing one resignation position.
Correct.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the council? Anyone from the public wish to comment? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Next, on to the Finance Department. Is there a motion to approve the 1-year contract extension for miscellaneous repair and construction for the Water Division, Wastewater Division, and Public Works Department with George Sherman Sand and Gravel Company, Inc., and Boyle and Fogarty Construction Company, Inc., at their quoted unit prices and percentage markups for outside contracted services and materials, excluding bid items 2F and 2G under the same terms and conditions as the original contract.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Sorry, second.
Discussion. Anyone from the council have any questions or comments?
Just generally wondering why said items were excluded.
I have no idea if this would be a question for Mr. Tierney or if somebody from the Finance Department would care to comment on this, since this comes from Finance. Can you please repeat that question?
Sure. Just wondering why bid items 2F and 2G are being excluded.
I don't have the original agreement in front of me, but in the past, it's usually determined that items are no longer needed, those services are no longer needed by DPW or engineering.
Thank you.
And I would add that this is a contract extension. We have been doing business, and this is just continuing then that partnership. Any other counselors have any comments or questions? Anyone from the public wish to comment? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Next, on to item F2. Is there a motion to award the bid for general construction services to the lowest bidder, Abcor Restoration Company, Inc., at their quoted bid prices and percentage markups for parts, materials, and equipment for a one-year period?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Discussion. Anyone from the council have any questions or comments? Anyone from the public? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. On to town council section. Is there a motion to authorize the town manager to sign and record a preservation easement with Preserve Rhode Island for the Kinney Bungalow after review by the town solicitor?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Discussion. Does anyone from the council have any questions or comments?
No question, but this was voted on by the public per referendum in the latest election. This is really just us certifying the will of the people and placing the easement on the Kinney Bungalow.
Thank you. Anyone else from the council have any other questions or comments? No. Anyone from the public have any comment? Seeing none. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Next item, is there a motion to discuss and finalize the scheduling of the community workshop focusing on short-term rentals?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. So this is just a general continuation of the discussion that we had from the previous meeting. And Ms. Vignali, since this was your item from the previous meeting, would you care to comment on the
Sure.
progress of the
So since
planning?
the last meeting, I had the opportunity to speak to the executive director of the Center for Mediation Collaboration, Rhode Island. She happens to be a fellow Rotarian, and I just was talking with her. And the mission of the Center for Mediation is to provide individuals, organizations, and businesses with constructive skills and processes to effectively resolve their differences. They're committed to increasing the peaceful resolution of conflict throughout the state. They have an excellent, excellent reputation of coming in and facilitating workshops and groups and doing the types of things that we're trying to do within the town. And upon talking with her, and she was just explaining to me what they do and how they would go about doing it, she also said that she would be willing to send someone. First, I started asking her, should we do this, should we do that? And then she said that she would be willing to send someone down to facilitate this and mediate it for us. And it would be a total neutral party coming in and facilitating the roundtable discussions that we spoke about. I think we talked about the facility, and I think we talked about probably a better idea would be the community center. Larger facility, more tables, room for roundtable discussion. So that was one of the things that we spoke about. And in order for her to be able to do this, which I personally support and think is a great idea, the date would have to be March 4th, so they would be able to fit us into their schedule. So I'm just bringing that to the council, and I would recommend that we do that. I think that they have a great track record, and she would also said that they would do a pro bono, since they do these kinds of things pro bono for different groups.
And thank you for bringing this back. Sure. I know that there were a lot of questions and comments at the previous meeting in regards to this item, and I want to engage in full transparency with the public. Did this conversation that you have, did she happen to go into the recommended structure of how this workshop would be run?
Yes, she did. She said that they will come down, they'll go to the facility itself, they will help design the setup and how people, when they come in, how that would be all done, so that we get a true representation from the residents. so that they can come in and actually hear their voices heard. I think one of the things we talked about is how do we ensure that everyone's voice is heard? People who are coming to this workshop, we want them to be able to have this discussion in a peaceful, respectful manner, and how do we ensure that all voices are heard? And so they have a way of having the groups come together, speaking, and talked about maybe, you know, everyone's ideas being put down on paper, you know, posting them. She had a whole structure on how to do it. I think if possible, when she comes down, Jason and I were the ones who spoke to her. So, you know, Jason and I would meet with her and try to get all the details, and so that we would truly understand. But I think it's a great idea, mainly because it's a neutral coming in, and there's no bias on any side whatsoever, and people will know that it's just set up.
Well, I do appreciate hearing that it wouldn't be Mr. Durkin running the meeting.
No, it's not going to be Mr. Durkin.
As much as I applaud your feedback, Jim, I think it's the right move. I didn't know when I first saw this how I was going to feel about that, especially after the last meeting. I think we want to make sure that we're mindful of all groups. And again, I've heard that in the conversation at multiple points this evening, is this idea of groups in town. But we are one town, and we are a community, and I believe that we shouldn't be referring to each other as groups. There are different organizations within the town who push forth their different agendas, but all groups are all part of one town working for what everyone believes is the best.
I mean, we're not going to all agree ever, but if we can get a consensus and people sit down and actually hear the other side and actually hear why some concerns are concerns, I think that's right direction.
And I would also add, I think, based off of, again, and Mr. Colonies, you had this conversation as well, so I would love to hear your feedback as well. But again, I know how this is structured as a discuss and finalize workshop, but to further reiterate that, you know, affordable housing had their discussion at the community center, that this really is meant to be just more of a collaborative discussion, but the actual work session of the actual ordinance would be done here.
Correct.
When it's, and that would be engaged in the back and forth with directly from the town council to the residents, and we'd go through line by line, if necessary, any recommended changes. This is very much, again, how I read it, and based off of what I'm hearing from you, is that this is a general start to the conversation to capture the themes of the short-term rental ordinance. And then at our work session that would be held here at the town hall, that's when we would go through the specific language and see what specific themes overlapped. And again, with this neutral mediator, it sounds like there's an opportunity here for even the one voice in the entire room to be heard. And I guess my follow-up question, and I don't think you probably know, but maybe you do, is how is that data being captured and then translated out to the work session?
I think I'm going to let Mr. Colonies speak to that.
So it's very much in line with a lot of conferences that I've been to that do these sort of work sessions. Tables are put together. They're usually assigned randomly. Depending on how many people show up, we would have probably 5 to 6, I think is what we said, 5 to 6 tables that have 5 to 6 notepads on them, large notepads where thoughts can be recorded on those notepads. And depending on how the facilitator feels, if we have the time, we will then go around the room and look at each other's notepads and star things that people liked and that people didn't like, and then they in turn would code them for us to bring out the said themes. She was quite lovely. I think it's a great idea.
I like this idea. I question 5 to 6 tables, and I expect a really high turnout. Hopefully, there's a high turnout.
So we would duplicate the tables as
Okay.
it would, so it would be 5 to 6 tables with the questions on it, and then if we have overfill, the same 5 to 6 questions would go on a plethora of other tables.
Okay. And was there any conversation had on how people would be welcomed to a table? Would you walk in at random? Would you be sitting with your friends? I know I would prefer to sit with my friend in this kind of discussion, but I know that it's probably encouraged to
Believe
not.
the idea was to do random assignments when they walked in the door.
Okay.
I think there's still some things to be worked out. And I think that once we get the idea and we decide that this is the route we want to go, I think all those little details could be worked out. And I do thank you for the workshop will be held here, the actual workshop. This is just the discussion part.
Community discussion.
Yeah, so thank you for.
No, I appreciate that because I needed clarification on that as well.
No, that was good because I forgot that part.
So do we need to amend the wording of this to read, instead of community workshop, community discussion, since it's not technically a workshop or work session, that the actual workshop, work session would be here, and that this is more of a community dialogue or a building department meeting, as it would be probably transcribed?
We're just, we were just discussing if there's a substantive difference in, I'm not sure as far as notice to the public is concerned, if we just call it a community meeting, I think that's fine.
Okay.
So
And,
do you
go
need a
ahead.
motion to, do you need a motion to change workshop to meeting?
I think just to be safe and.
Or I mean, like, for consistency purposes, you folks have used workshop for years. So it's, I don't have a problem with calling it a workshop, and unless there's an objection to that.
I think I have a problem calling it a workshop.
Yeah. Let's go.
I see.
I think my preference would be to recommend an amended motion to call this a community discussion or a community meeting, focusing on short-term rentals, and then we would then schedule at a later time, following that community discussion or building department meeting, the actual first workshop on the short-term rental ordinance. Does
So
that make
moved.
sense? Oh, hold on a minute. That was just my recommendation. And we will consult with the public after we revise the language here. And you would move that motion? Because I can't.
Yes.
Make that motion. So you move that motion? Is there a second?
A second.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Now we can discuss the amended motion of calling it a community meeting, yes, thank you, community discussion. And does anyone else from the council have any other questions before opening it up to the public?
I just want to make sure we put a time in there before we, don't forget the time.
Right. So the date and time, thank you. Was there a recommended date and time?
The date being March 4th. The time,
Is that,
whatever this
what's
council
that?
would-
Is that a Tuesday?
it's a Tuesday.
Tuesday, March 4th. Was there any recommendation on the time?
You don't want it.
6 to
be
8?
You don't want it to be too early. and
6
you
to
don't want
8?
it to be
I
too
mean,
late.
does that work?
That's
It's
fine.
up to you.
6 to 8.
I think that's when affordable housing had their discussion as well at the community
Okay.
center.
March
May have been
4th,
shorter.
6 to 8.
Okay. Now let's reach out to the public. Mr. Friday, please come forward.
Good evening, Rupert Friday, 113 Montauk Road. I really want to endorse the idea of bringing the mediator in. I've worked with the Community Mediation Center, and this is the kind of work that I've done a lot of, and I think they have the expertise to help design the process so that we really have a good community dialogue. And I would say not just identify the themes, but build some consensus among the participants. I like the idea of it being at the community center because you have round tables, which really facilitates that kind of discussion. And I think it's important that the the discussions that happen at those tables, that the readout is then brought back to your workshop the next session, so that there's transparency. I also think it's really important for all the council members to be there. I know that the last time you discussed this, you were discussing 2 of you being there. And I think for all of you to learn from the community discussion, it's important for all of you to be there if that's possible. Anyhow, it's my thoughts.
I appreciate the comments, and I did reach out to our town solicitor for a recommendation on this, and I believe the general consensus, and please correct me if I'm wrong, was that the council would not be active participants, that we would be observers from the outside looking in. And I agree with Mr. Friday's assessment that all notes and minutes being captured during this workshop, or excuse me, discussion, thank you, would be then reported out at the next meeting. And I wish Mr. Friday was still up here, because I do have a general follow-up question for you. Just, I'm curious on your recommendation on the reporting of minutes. Would you recommend at the next immediate meeting, or the actual first work session?
So generally, they're not considered minutes. They're generally, you capture the essence of the discussion and key points. And then if there's time, as Mr. Colony's mentioned, there's sometimes prioritization. But my experience in doing this is after you have 3 or 4 tables read out, you end up with most of the points said, and the next tables have already raised the key points that have been raised. So, and I think the semantics between workshop and work session is sort of like the difference between basement and cellars.
Thank you.
Did I answer your question?
Yes, you did. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Mr. Brady, please come forward.
Yeah, I applaud it. The only thing I would add is if there is time, and groups are starting to, because not everybody ends at the same time, but if you have tables that are ending, is to switch up the people in the tables and let them churn up new ideas. I found that this works really well, and it keeps everybody active.
Great idea. Thank you. And I think even if it's possible, and again, I don't know what's possible, but even if we're able to even communicate to the public what specifically is going to be addressed at that meeting discussion, any themes, questions, get the residents, the minds going so that they can come ready to participate. And it's encouraged that anyone and everyone, even the one who might be hiding behind the screen at home and is afraid to participate, this is one additional way in which, if they're afraid to be on camera, this is a pretty neutral ground with the mediator present to allow that individual to come forward and participate and share that feedback. Oh, yeah, go ahead, Mr. Friday, and then I'll turn it over to Mr. Frandy.
Sorry, Chair. So one other thing that I think is important is having everybody on the same page with what we're talking about. So I think it's important to present the ordinance and what the existing laws are, so that people aren't coming in and arguing about stuff that isn't accurate, because if you don't have that base level, they will be arguing about stuff that isn't true. So.
Yep, that's a great point as well, and thank you for reminding me about that, was establishing a baseline. I think there's a lot of different interests who try to bring forth what they believe is the fact, and everyone's pulling from different databases, different years. I've already actually reached out to our town manager, and he's working on establishing a fact sheet sort of information as the baseline, as the town's database. What is the latest and greatest information that we have readily available, not the data that we were looking at a year or 2 ago, that this is the most up-to-date version that we were looking at. So thank you for that. Mr. Frandy. Thank you for waiting. Sorry about that.
Thank you once again, Council. Steve Ferrandi, 44 Sylvan Road. At the last meeting, it was said we were going to have the work session in the town hall so it could be viewed by the public. Now, we all know it's impossible to get everybody at these meetings to come in person. And so that's number one. There was a change with that. And then number two is that the vote was to keep the old ordinance in place at this time and work off that old ordinance. So it's important to have the old ordinance here. I agree with that. Number three, I have a little history on the whole ordinance that maybe people read it, maybe they didn't. A lot of people were checked out. It was controversial. But this ordinance goes back to 2022 at least, where Jesse Pugh's council brought it forward. A lot of what in there, if people would have read, I've read every rendition, every 5 or 6 renditions. The council passed that, had put it up, I think it was in at least 3 different times as a blue sheet where it could be read. So there's been a lot of ample time to read it. I can understand some of the facilitators and all, but some people are uncomfortable with that they just they don't want to join a group. They can read an ordinance, put it in there and give their comments. Just like we did, just like all of the other work sessions that when the council I was on worked that way. So this just seems like, if you were starting from the beginning, that's one thing. You're not starting from the beginning. The vote was a 2-2 tie to base the other ordinance and work from there. So if you're trying to bring the whole town up to speed to that ordinance, it's a little different. And that's what I would recommend to have at least have the television there. This just sounds like it's changing a little bit. I get it. You want to be as transparent as you can. What I'm trying to say, the ordinance has been out there. People have read it. We did get well attendance for 2 or 3 council meetings last time, and more than likely it's going to be a lot of the same people at those. So, maybe you'll get some new items. And third of all, Mr. Durkin recused himself at the last time at that vote. So whatever you want to call it, any work session or anything, if he's involved, in my opinion, in any work product that gets into the new ordinance, then he's not being truthful and recusing himself from the last time. He should recuse himself from this also. So I just don't like it. Everything's changing so much. We had agreed on being here. I think that's very important to be televised. I don't think it's fair to have the crew to go over and try to televise it there and put everybody on a TV on the tables and all. I think it should just be, have it here, put the ordinance out there, discuss it. Maybe you could have an intro. Maybe the person comes to the meeting and gives a little bit of an intro and lets people speak on some of their comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else, please come forward.
John Hanley, 10 Wilderness Drive. My concern here is the time frame of all of this. You probably have a good idea there. When I used to work before I retired, we had this thing called Six Sigma where we did similar to what you suggested, and it generated a lot of thoughts and conversation. Everything was good. But my concern is, a few months ago, I think there was supposed to be a public hearing on the short-term ordinance tonight. And then that got bypassed by this working group, which was originally going to be scheduled for next week. Now that next week has been pushed to the beginning of March. And then after this session, there's going to be a working group session, which when will that be? April? Then after April, you're going to have a public hearing on this, which puts you in May, maybe June. So I think you got to address the issue more urgently, because if not, there's going to be nothing in place for this summer. Or if it's in place, it'll be unenforced. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Lawler? Jill, sorry. I want to be courteous to everyone. Thank you.
Hi, Jill Lawler, Sarasota Avenue. I just wanted to add one point of clarification to the points that Mr. Volpe made, because he is right. There is a third group, and that would be the resident landlords. This is a huge ordinance, so can't fault any of you for not having your arms around the whole ordinance yet. It was a lot when we put it together with Granicus and with DeSisto Law. We wanted to make sure that we took a look at residents who own rental properties in this town and put them into a special pocket group, made them their own group. Because we know, and we know from Granicus, the company that helped us with this, that residents are more tied to a community than people who don't live in a city or state. They're part of our community, and they're more vested. So we wanted to make sure that no matter what, that they always had the ability to have a short-term rental license. So when we did this, we made it a priority. We gave anybody who's a Narragansett resident, so Jim, all your rentals, I know that you don't do a lot of short-term, you say, but anybody who's a Narragansett resident would have 1 week time ahead of anybody else to come down to the building inspector's office and apply for a license. We wanted to do that. We wanted to make sure that we had that pocket of group treated separately and more special because they are part of our community. And the other part about this that I really want to make sure that you're thinking about is we really have no idea how many short-term rentals are in town. They've never been asked to register before. So we might find out that there might be 4,000, 5,000. We have no idea. So when we go about doing it, let's make sure we have that group of people that are residents in this town who are a landlord in this town, like my friend Mr. Volpe. Let's make sure that they have a priority among other people because they are part of the community. They're more vested in. You heard him. He's got a daughter that comes to school here. These are folks that we need to treat differently. And as much as we want to make sure that we don't have different pockets of people, that's just impossible in this situation. So I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public wish to speak? Seeing none. And there's an amended motion on the floor. Does anyone else from the council have any other questions or comments? Seeing none. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Next, on to Community Development Department. Is there a motion to approve the expenditure of $15,000 from the Land Conservancy Trust Professional Services Funding Account with Preserve Rhode Island to steward in perpetuity a preservation easement on the Kinney Bungalow?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. And again, I believe this was just a general, this isn't new, right, Jim?
Yes, it is new in the sense that with the easement in place.
Oh, that's right.
This will, as it said in the agenda item, it's perpetual protection of some of the key components of the building and the landscaping around it. Well, they will inspect the building, the structure itself, and some of the historic items that are inside the building as opposed to the exterior, which the Historical Society protects. And it's a one-time payment, and they monitor this. And they are a trusted colleague of the Land Conservatory and the Historic District Commission, and they have a working relationship with the Historic Register folks. So this puts us like a watchdog over the building of the gems in the community for $15,000. And they have the money. It comes before the council. It's from their budget that the council appropriates.
Is this from Land Trust budget?
Yeah.
Okay. Is this a one-time expenditure, or is this a renewal?
One-time expenditure.
Oh, wow. Okay. Thank you. Does Mr. Colonies or Mr. Torrialdi, do you have any other additional input? Before I look to my left.
No.
Okay. Any other councilors have any questions, comments? Anyone from the public have any comments? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Next item on the agenda, is there a motion to accept and place on file the updated rules of procedure of the planning board?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Anyone from the council have any questions or comments?
I have a comment. So what I'm looking at on my screen doesn't have the red line like the amendments. It's just a document. So I guess that is with all the amendments. And I was just wondering if there's anything in there Nick, is there anything?
Was this reviewed and vetted by our solicitors?
So I do have a red line version. There are
You
only
do?
a few red lines. I don't know if you're looking at the same
Well,
copy.
ours is just probably black instead of red.
The clean
Oh, I see.
version.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
There
Do you have any comments?
There were minor tweaks made. Ultimately, it's before you as an acknowledgement. You're not necessarily assenting to the
Right,
changes. State law gives the planning board the ability to establish procedural rules. So you're basically accepting those and putting them on file here this evening.
So I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other comments or questions for our town solicitor or in regards to the updated rules? Seeing none. Anyone from the public wish to speak? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Finally, next on to the town clerk. Is there a motion to schedule a public hearing on April 7th, 2025 for the 4-month review of the alcoholic beverage license for the market at Gansett Rail LLC DBA Boone Street Market for the license year December 1st, 2024 to November 30th, 2025?
So moved.
Discussion. Does anyone from the council have any questions or comments on this motion to schedule?
So this is just a follow-up from
Yeah.
the,
So as a general reminder, at our very first meeting, we had that the Boone Street Market public hearing on their liquor license, and it was at that time that the council agreed to the terms that we would revisit their liquor license in 4 months. I understand that in the period of time between that meeting and April 7th, we are very much in the shoulder season, so you're not necessarily seeing a lot of activity, but since that was the agreed upon terms of the council at the time, we are following through with that commitment to revisit this license in April. And this allows us to have the opportunity to talk directly with Boone Street Market again, get some updates on the progress that they're being made, and if any changes should need to be made to their liquor license can be done so at that time. This does not mean that that's the end-all, be-all. This is just us following up for our previous first meeting 4 months later for a review. Is everyone good with that? Okay. Does anyone from the public have any questions or comments? Yes, please come forward and state your name and address.
Mark Crook, 161 Boone Street. So the purpose that the community asked for that review was because of the activity and the problems that had been generated from their business during their active months. What has changed between their liquor license being renewed and the proposed date is basically the weather. That's it. There is no activity outside. All the activity is being done behind closed doors, so it is not the same situation. So my question would be this. If there was a choice between moving the date to, say, early June, or not, or having just one date for review being the upcoming April date, then I would ask you to move it to June. If you're saying that the April date can take place, and at that time you can determine to have a extended date, additional date, 1 month, 2 month, whatever is decided within the active period, which is the period that the community is been affected and concerned about.
So again, and I appreciate you bringing this question forth, it was agreed upon during the first meeting, during that public hearing, that we would schedule and revisit in 4 months' time. So that's us following up on that commitment.
Right, understood.
We are very aware that not a lot of activity has gone on in town, unfortunately, and we'd love to see it uptick at some point and find ways to do so. But specifically to Boone Street Market, this council, I think, can determine at that time, at that meeting in April, an additional time to revisit in 2 months when it's more active, and then take anything that's progressed in that time, 2 months, 3 months, somewhere in the summer, because I agree, you really need to look at the seasonality of the activity that's going on there. And, but we also want to give the benefit of the doubt here, any of the progress that may be going on behind the scenes that, we can't see. I do understand that there's a lot of, less activity going on, but we did ask that a lot of changes be made, and this allows them to come forth with us before we hit the active season to provide us with any updates or setbacks so that we can anticipate any changes during the active season. So this allows us a little bit of flexibility, but absolutely open to, in the April hearing, to revisit it at an additional hearing in the middle of the active season.
All right, I think that answers my question. The community is anxious to see what changes and/or improvements would be proposed or made so that we don't have a repeat of summer of 2024.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else from the public wish to comment? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Next item on the agenda, is there a motion to confirm the appointment of Yemi Adenigan as the representative from the University of Rhode Island's Multicultural Unity Student Involvement Council to the Inclusion, Diversity, Equity, and Awareness Committee for a 3-year term, set to expire on January 20th, 2028?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion?
I think it would be great to have another voice on that particular committee. When we met in January, there were only 4 of us, so additional bodies are always welcome.
Oh, great. So you've had a meeting
We have.
this year. Okay, good. And only 4 members present.
Yes, and I think there
Okay.
are only 4 members in the committee total.
Okay. So that's probably another discussion as well. Do we know if this representative from URI is a freshman,
Junior.
junior? So I'm just curious if it's a 3-year term set to expire. It sounds like they will no longer be a member of URI.
For their 3rd year.
For their
yes.
3rd year. How does the council feel about that? Is that?
Well, we can appoint someone when they retire.
Well, I mean, as it's
Unexpired
written,
term.
it's a 3-year term. So I'm just curious. I think the way in which it's written was probably a fault. It is a 3-year term set to expire on January 20th, 2028. But as we are making these appointments, if there's, for example, a senior, somebody going into their senior year, 3-year term, you have 1 member from the University of Rhode Island who is serving, but then 2 years, they're no longer a member of the University of Rhode Island. So maybe they would act as a advocate on University of Rhode Island's behalf, as a former student graduate. These are just my thoughts.
Or
Was it-
liaison or something.
I think it's hard to assume that they are not going to be here after they graduate from University of Rhode Island. They very well could become a person, a resident of Narragansett or, so I don't think it's hard to assume that they're not going to be at this point.
And I do believe, that's another good point, if this individual does move away and attendance does become a problem, this council at a later time can revisit this appointment and decide if reorganizing needs to be made. So that just made sense. Okay. It made sense to me. Did that make sense?
There's not a choice of people, it's just
Okay.
one person, right?
This is just one individual.
Let's take the one we got.
Okay. Appreciate it. All right. Thank you. Does anyone from the public wish to comment? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Last item on the agenda, is there a motion to schedule a work session to conduct interviews for the planning board on March 3rd, 2025 at 5:30 PM?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? And I believe this was, again, in line to what this council has done with previous appointments. This allows this council to take the opportunity to interview interested candidates for the planning board. So it is recommended that any resident interested in being a member of the planning board, please feel free to send in your application, and we will have the opportunity to interview you in person and to the public on March 3rd, starting at 5:30 PM. So we moved and we seconded. Does anyone from the public wish to speak? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Next, is there a motion to retire to executive session of the town council in accordance with RI General Laws 42-46-4 and 42-46-5A2 to discuss and act on litigation or reasonably anticipated litigation, 9 Exeter LLC versus Town of Narragansett et al., WC-2023-0367, BTRI Saconnet Boulevard Investments versus Town of Narragansett et al. Do I have to read all this? Yes, okay. 123 CV-00087-JJM-PAS/WC-2023-0365 East Side LLC versus Town of Narragansett et al. WC/2023-0368 East Side versus Wayne Pimentel et al., WC-2024-0378, John Rinaldi and Sandra Rinaldi versus Town of Narragansett et al., WC-2023-0366, and WC-2024-0212, and Town of Narragansett et al. Versus SHAB and Old Boston Neck Road, LLC, WC-2024-0007.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any
Roll
opposed?
call vote for that, please, Council
Oh,
President.
thank you. Roll call vote, Councilor Torialde, excuse me.
Ryan Torialde? Here? Yay?
Aye, you vote.
Aye.
Yes, thank you. Councilor Colonies?
Aye.
Councilor Durkin?
Aye.
Councilor Vignali?
Aye.
Councilor Menzies votes aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you for that reminder.
The end is nigh.
Wait, we need Donna.
The end is near.
Are we on? Oh, we're on. We're on TV.
All right, we are back and live. We just got out of executive session, and the only votes that were made during executive session was a motion to seal the minutes, which was passed 4-0, and a motion to exit and reconvene in open session, which was passed 4-0. Councilor Durkin left the room at that time and did not participate in that vote. Is there a motion to adjourn at 11:05 p.m.?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Have a great night.